Okay. New game! I'm very excited. I'm actually so excited about this. This is, how does Sussy come to be? Cutscene. Hey, yo. Oh, what a nice day. Tree. Clouds. Oh, she's in her other outfit. Uh-oh.
Standing here in the bright sunshine.
Oh, that's
looking
not...
out over the vast ocean.
Oh, no.
Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
Sussy Baka's daddy died.
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
I like this voiceover.
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
I like this. So I don't like that her dad died.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
It's been 2 months since she's been home. I find myself faced with another awful crime. Oh, no. Oh, no, it's her. Why is she here? No. I know her.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court.
I know that lady.
For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
You can do it, Sussy Baka. Why is Giselle Brett back? We never got her. That's... Oh! No!
Please. I ask for
She's
your
the...
guidance.
What?
Kazuma-sama.
Kazuma-sama. Oh, this Cosmo. Oh, wait. Her dad's fine? Is her dad okay? I thought that was her dad. Or is that... Okay, episode 1. The Blossoming Attorney. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Hey, yo. Let's go. That's quite the opening. I love that. So Giselle Brett, the person, the murderer from case 1 of the first game, is now dead. What? 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 How does that make any sense? Giselle Brett is gone. Oh. Okay, let's run it. Okay, I gotta warm up my voice. Me. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. He is alive! Good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Aren't, like... Okay, I'm just gonna, like, not to say this is correct, but aren't women not allowed to be lawyers in this time period? How is this working? Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. What happened to Ryunosuke? He's still in Britain. So at the end of the first game, Elysia, Sussy went home to Japan, and Ryunosuke stayed in England with Sholmes and Iris. So Sussy's the only one at home right now, or in Japan. Well, you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Why would you? No. No, Sussy, you got this. Goodness, that's not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University. Man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me? I don't know who this is. Who? Hello? You look like a character from, you look like, Demon Slayer Butterfly Girl. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? What voice should I give her? There's a licensed Naked Brothers band PS2 game. What? What? Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes. That's right. Miss? Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I don't know what her voice should be. We'll figure it out. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Who is this? Ray Membami. Born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Your greatest friend? This is your best friend? This is her, Kazuma? What's the pun? Hang on, I have to see the name again, Ollie. I'll figure it out. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Remember me. I think, Ollie. Yeah. Are you feeling alright? As we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? When I fall— hey! Hey, yo, 37 months, Ollie? How— that's like 18 years in Nico time. When I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Wait, what? How? I see where this is going. I see where this is going. I definitely see where this is going. Is Sussy dressed up as a dude? I think Sussy's dressed up as a dude, isn't she? She has to be. That's the only way it can make sense. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what? What do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Maybe gay. Maybe! Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before. Oh no, yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. This does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? Give her a man's voice? I have to make sure she actually looks like a dude first. What? Is that you, Sussy? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just— no, what are you doing? What's going on? What? The varsity uniform, the varsity cap, the varsity cape, the varsity badge! Look at you! You're all for the world just look like a student of the Imperial Yumi University, a male student. Eh? I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke up at 4 this morning to make a start. But then they were like, are you serious, Ollie? But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see. It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Yes. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite that fact, the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden! Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Hey, yo! Sussy's on the case. Oh, Sasato. You go to such lengths for me. Of course, you're my greatest friend. Is this gonna be the same plot as the first game, where we just successfully defend her, and then she's gonna die in case 2? Is this what's gonna happen? Probably. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Cosmo defended you. Okay, maybe maybe sussies die. Oh, that's not good. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. Also, she looks a lot like Maya, now that I look at it. This defendant lady. But, you know what? I don't think it's an actual thing, but they do look the same. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. She's cute, though. She is. Ray, please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today, or my confidence today. I had to make sure to give Ray the like this part of the voice, and I had to give Sussy just like a lighter voice. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Sato, you do believe me, don't you? Yes. I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Yeah, like nasal, whatever it's called. You know what I'm talking about. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean! I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Yeah! That's the Ryunosuke way. Because that's what it means to be defenseless. Yeah! 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 Shimama! That means so much to me. This is sussy, baka.
Bandit, counsel! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
Okay, I'm going.
You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh. Stand aside! Gone. I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Sato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Doesn't know how it came to this?
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her.
Ollie playing Splatoon? What's he doing? What's he doing?
It would only worry her if she found out no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true, the reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? Yeah! Giselle Bretito! That's quite an intro. I will say I was not expecting that intro to go so hard. We should be making a move now too. You see my Motel TV? Yeah, it had like the stand on backwards or something, right, Salmon?
As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can do to support my student.
Thank you, Father. Gamer time. I'm Sussy Baka, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. He has his costume on too. I should probably take off their costumes. I should probably take those off. He looks so gallant though. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? He just looks like Sholmes? Yeah, he does. Have you seen Sholmes' costume, Elysia? Oh my god. Woo! Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo-san! What?
Is it gonna change? We're gonna see, y'all. Let's see. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 1. Just in case, I'm gonna save right here in case I have to go out and like come back in. Yeah, is she even gonna have a disguise on, or is she just gonna be a woman in the court and they're gonna be fine with it? She just doesn't have a costume. No disguise. Okay, guys. I have to take the costume off for this case. I have to. I just saved. Sussy has no costume. Okay. We have to change their costume. I just feel like it wouldn't be right in this case, or I just wouldn't. Taylor. So, oh, how dashing. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Let's go back to regular. Iris's homemade dress. Aww. So regal. So good looking. Dashing. Herlock Sholmes Japanese jumble mix. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look at this distinguished gentleman. Okay, we'll take them all off for now. We're definitely putting them on at some point though, okay? Absolutely we're putting those on at some point. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney, go! Okay. There, now, hey! Oh, yo!
This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami.
This is a different judge. I don't give him a British accent. I should just give him a raspy, deep voice, probably.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
That's what he sounds like. That's actually what he sounds like. Hey, yo! Sussy baka! Hey!
Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Ouchie's back, and Sussy baka. Ready.
Yes, counsel.
Give her the man voice. You want me to give Sussy baka a man voice? She has the shifty eyes, does she? I didn't even see it.
According to your registration details, your name is, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Is that correct?
Her name? She changed her name. I mean, I guess she couldn't be Sussy baka.
Ryotaro Naruhodo, is that correct?
Her name's Ryotaro. Sorry? She does have shifty eyes. She's literally exactly like Naruhodo in case 1. I like this. This is cute. Sorry?
Oh, yes. I had to come up with a suitable male name for you in this little venture.
So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind.
Well, counsel.
Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I'm Ryotaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. So, what is she gonna claim to be the brother of Naruhodo? Of Ryunosuke?
It seems Ryotaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo. A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that by perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. That is,
his cousin! Okay, his cousin.
That's right. Ryotaro has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has to call in a country boy. Good? A country boy? Got my jeans, got my truck, drinking beer. How dare you? Sasato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her?
Ray, you can't do that.
Oh,
Please be careful, Ray.
You can't blow Sussy's cover.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here.
Okay, I already don't like this guy again. He's just gonna say sexist stuff, like, every 3 lines.
But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he's not.
Ugh, I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit? What? That's a sentence? Eyes are wont to flit? I think... Eyes are wont to flit. Okay. Alright, it's gamer time.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Yokel?
Perhaps this will be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you're sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom.
9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, the same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy.
So, counsel, you consent to answering some simple questions?
Yes? Alright, it's time to prove myself. Oh! She does that! She does that, too. Yes, Your Excellency. Please do make them simple.
Very well, to start with, you'll state the name of the victim.
That's, Giselle Brett. Oh, that's simple. Couldn't forget that if I tried. Ah.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are... won't to blank. Yeah, I get it out. But it's just weird reading it like that.
Not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise.
Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Achievement for getting this wrong twice? You want me to get this wrong twice? Oh dear. This is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need to only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right, just use R to open the court record.
Yeah, so because this is a new game, it's like technically another tutorial case. So it's teaching me how to do everything again. Because it's technically a brand new game. And they don't know if people know what they're doing.
You need to flip to the people section with R. And don't take too long to look. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
All right. Check the court record with R. That's where the information I need will be.
I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Should I seriously get this wrong twice? You want me to get this wrong twice, Ollie? Is this worth it? Do it? Okay, it was Aochi. I wish he was the victim. Victim in this case is... Yes, Prosecutor Takasushi Aochi.
What?
What? Why the sudden triumphant cry of yes? Are you threatening to kill me? He seems angry.
And you're surprised? Did you consult the court record? You must look through it carefully.
Oh yes, I did, of course. I looked at everyone on file, and I chose the person whose features appeared to be the most deathly. That's a good reason.
I must say, this most unusual methodology of yours leaves me almost speechless. It occurs to me with renewed certainty that reading the information carefully is vitally important. I strongly recommend it.
Next, I'm gonna say he's the one who died. What's he gonna say then? Oh dear, I simply can't ignore that imploring look. Your Excellency, please allow me to amend my answer.
Very well. I'll excuse this incorrect response given you your wide-eyed state of panic. What is the name of the victim in this case?
It's my dad. The victim in this case is none other than Professor Yujin Mikatoba.
What? 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 Well, be written off by one's own child.
Father, you seem suddenly so much older and wearier than you were mere moments ago.
Because of you, clearly. The judge is asking for the victim's name, the person who was killed in the case. Look through the information in the court record again, carefully. Before you kill me, for mercy's sake.
Oh dear, I simply can't ignore that disapproving look. Father frustrator. Your Excellency, please allow me to amend my answer. Okay, let's actually do this.
Well, I'll excuse this incorrect response given by your wide-eyed state of panic.
Giselle Brett. This is crazy. Yes!
Hey!
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett.
Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct! And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. I remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman student's persona, was the face of... They're calling her face a persona? Look at this lady. They're referring to her as a persona. Yeah, that's persona, if I've ever seen one. Was the face of a killer. A killer. Yes! Hey, she's got the smackdown already. Well, she's got it down. She didn't even do the weak one. Persona's a word in the English language. Well, yeah, but I want to make a joke because it's funnier that way. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead.
That's Iris's dad.
I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor...
Oh. Wait, who? Is this... Who, the judge is talking?
I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikatoba.
Yes, probably.
Yes. I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court.
And we proved it.
A student of the Imperial Yumi University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Hey! There's my dad. There's a sword boy.
With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And so someone killed her before she could even talk? That's crazy. She killed someone, and then someone killed her? So clearly there's a mastermind at play, but who is it? Is it Aochi? Is it Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Is it Colonel Buttcheeks? It wouldn't be.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed!
Only the day before? I don't know why I made her British.
That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle.
Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Aochi.
Is he gonna do the headbutt?
As you wish, Your Excellency! The repugnant crime took place on 11th August in broad daylight.
Hey, little burbs, little government drones.
On the outskirts of the imperial capital under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. Crab!
I see him. Do you guys see him?
The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes.
Beach episode? Don't say beach episode.
The cause of death was a single stab wound in the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung.
Oh, that's not a good way to go. Ugh.
An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, remember me. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Yeah, screw you, Aochi. Buttcheekuski.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. Prosecution summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel. Pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about. Yeah, what's the motive? What is it? Smacky. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon.
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Remember me, son. You're a research assistant at the Imperial Yumi University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikatoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that the defense is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Oh, that's the judge's voice. It's hard to discern all these voices because some of them are pretty similar.
Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikatoba, whose research were you assisting then?
I know who's research assisting.
Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson, the visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago.
Oh. So she wanted to get back at her. Well, that's what they're saying the motive is.
The accused has a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Oh, but what was that reading?
Interesting. And tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him.
Well, obviously it was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray. Be careful what you're saying. Ah.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about. Being alone together. Yeah, why were they alone together? Mbami-san.
Yes, what is it, son? Naruto-san.
I'm really starting to wish we'd made up my alias Ryotaro Sasato.
Ryotaro sussy baka.
That's her full name. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just out to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. Well, let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. Huh? The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
I don't know about that.
No. Because, as we all know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Spanky. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. Prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear. This really is terrifying. But Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the bathing spot! It's the only one I haven't done yet. And... if I may, Prosecutor Ayuchi.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are actually the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at the country's wonderful coast.
Her final wish? She's not being sentenced to death. She's going to British court.
And the British embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
Okay, well, whatever, sure. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? We have to. Yeah, exactly.
Because as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor! It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me! It was the young student girl who did it, not I!
No one's proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Mrs. Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Yeah, I don't blame her for that. Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Hey, yo.
Ooh!
Oh, don't tell me Karar's gonna come up again. I see a wine glass. Maybe she was poisoned. Like the case one. I'm gonna go on a whim right now and say she was poisoned and then stabbed after she died. Just because that's what happened in the last case.
Yes, thank you, Castle. Truly a tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
Photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Wow.
As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who? I think I know who the witness is going to be. No, I don't want to. No, that... I don't know if that makes sense.
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected...
Okay, yep, it's him. I'm like, is it Mr. Tuberculosis? How dare thee? Yo, how dare thee? So we got... This is... So you know how we beat the game last stream? Well, you left a little early, but we beat the last game, which was like the end of that adventure. And now we started the second game in the collection, which is back in Japan, and we're playing as our assistant, not as Ryunosuke Naruto. That's crazy.
I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Ugh. Yeah, so right now I'm playing as a woman masquerading as a man so that I can stand in court, because in the 1890s they didn't allow women to stand in court. So I'm dressed as a dude.
Very well then, counsel, bring forth your witness.
I, Takeuchi Ayuchi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten the trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Yeah. I didn't notice that his hair was shorter. Is he balding more? I think he's going more bald.
Ryunosuke Naruto!
What? Yes?
This insult to the Ayuchi family name will never be forgotten.
And then Kazuma was like,
You've become conceited with age, counsel. But the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
hair. And now that's what he looks like now.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
You're all good, how dare thee? I'm just... Thank you for showing up. That's all I care. If you gotta go, don't worry about it. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Maybe he's not sexist anymore. I highly doubt it. But maybe he... Oh. I don't think so. Something tells me that he's still a little...
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there's been a minor miracle atop my head.
Oh, his hair started sprouting again.
Observe the Ayuchi growth!
That doesn't seem healthy, my guy. You should probably get that checked out. Hey, yo.
You see? You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown.
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. What?
I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is this hope exactly? I said silence! Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you! And my victory will be the fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the witness to the stand.
A witness says. Oh, there's two. Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. Prosecution and the defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Rei's life. I agree. Alright, Hosonaga. Hey! Why is he here? Soseki? Where's Goblin? Yeah, this is Great Ace Attorney 2. This is the second game, case 1. Why is Soseki Natsumi here? Hosonaga I can understand. First of all, why is Hosonaga in a bathing suit? Like a bathing attire? Second of all, I mean, I guess it makes sense that Natsumi's here, but why is he in court? This is the beach episode. Okay, Al, you're right. I'm sorry.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
You know what I've thought about is that I didn't ever give this guy a voice. And since he coughs like a smoker, I kind of want to give him a smoker voice.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Imperial Police Bureau. Well, I'm in disguise, obviously. I can't go on I can go undetected.
Turtle head? He does have a turtle on his head. He coughs a lot. Wait, maybe his coughing is healed. Maybe... Oh, this is like one of my favorite characters to narrate.
And I am... Well, next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold, the hysterical I Am Cat, sensational success by Soseki Natsumi.
Who the hell is this guy? Who's that? What? Who's the guy behind him? He has a posse? Oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me.
I needn't?
It's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even.
Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Sasato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? He exposes you for who you really are. This will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I certainly never forgot about him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for the Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. He's wearing like a swimming shirt and a turtle on his head. How old is Ryu? Well, we're actually playing as the female assistant, Sasato Mikotoba, aka Sussy Baka, because she's the only one in Japan to defend. But the thing is that women in the 1890s were not allowed to be lawyers, so she has to dress up as a dude to stand and lawyer and trick everyone that she's a dude. Also, the main character, Naruhodo Ryunosuke, is still in Britain. But right now, we're in Japan. Because Sussy Baka is the only one in Japan. If that makes sense.
Do I have something on my face?
I don't know if I want to give this guy a smoker voice. If he starts coughing, I will. But if not, I don't know. Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony.
That's gonna come up. I guarantee it's gonna come up. Like the turtle on his head is gonna solve the case. Yeah, Bao, the victim in this case is the killer from the first case of the first game. So the killer of the first case in the first game died in this case, which is crazy. The plot thickens.
It's my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business does a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sasaki-san?
Yeah, this is my question. Why?
Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture.
Oh, really? At the beach?
On the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yumi University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yumi University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikotoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers.
They wanted some story or another about two former students who studied in Great Britain. Two former students who studied in Great Britain. Sussy, Baka, and Ryunosuke?
Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
Who is this guy behind him? Why does he have ink on his arm, on his hand too? That's gonna come up probably at some point. Huh?
As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
No, this happens completely after the first game, Bao, but I don't blame you for assuming that. This is after every single case in the first game. It's chronological right now. Thank you very much. You practically threw the paper at me. The Saseki Natsume article has been entered into the court record. Okay.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words!
As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her.
Okay. Yeah, so case 5, we just like solved the mystery of like the omnibus, like that bus case, and the music disc case. And we found out that the bad guy was leaking government secrets through a music disc, which wasn't music at all. It was Morse code. Hey. So, we got him. And Ryunosuke is still in Great Britain defending people right now, while we're in Japan defending one of our friends. It's crazy.
And the response was,
Yeah, okay, we already read that.
That detective I'm at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
thereby the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all the members of the public from the vicinity of the beach.
Okay, yeah, he's still a smoker.
But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so...
I'm glad you're enjoying the voice acting. No, Ollie, I'm just committed.
I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Oh my, Inspector, you do have something on your face now. Blood. Are they ever gonna explain this?
How unsightly. I do apologize.
Does that mean you went to the beach too? Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? So I don't enjoy it? No, I do enjoy it. But I'm going over the top of what I would usually be doing. Just because I'm in a sassy mood. I'm feeling sassy. No, fortunately, I had to finish. I finished out work off, but unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray wasn't invited to take my place. Oh,
Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Oh, but if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly wrecked by remorse and regret. Why I'm here.
that's what Soseki-san's doing right now. Okay.
Well, I must ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Of course, Your Excellency.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am.
Okay, gamer time.
Your testimony, please.
Would you drink Flaming Hot Mountain Dew? Yes. Is that a question? Right now, I'd do it. The witnessed scene.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
I just managed to catch that crab when suddenly I heard a caterwaul from behind me.
That's an interesting word. Catch the crab. Crab hunter Soseki Natsumi.
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Okay. Crabbing hands. That's a 9 equal 5 reference.
Indeed, it does appear that from this testimony that both witnesses were here present saw it. Okay. The very moment of this heinous crime.
What?
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. Which phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
Oh. Salmon, I literally forgot that existed. Man dancing? I forgot about man dancing. That's an oldie. That is such an oldie. Oh man, what an era.
What have you there, Counsel? So-called fountain pen, is it?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments with her final ounce of strength.
She wrote a note. Let me guess, she wrote a note. On the ground. Hey. Oh, here it comes, here it comes. Ready? Ready?
Only TC chair. X10. Man dancing. 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 Man dancing.
Yeah. It's just the bot saying man dancing. That's literally it, Val. There's no other explanation. I was just like, I could throw down a beat over this.
The victim clutched a piece of evidence that would possibly identify her killer.
Nico, give me a beat. What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Okay.
Goodness me!
Oh, she's holding a pen.
Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in their hand.
That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would so kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel.
Hey, yo. RM?
R.M. Ray Mambami. Initials of the defendant.
Ah, no. She has the same animation. I like this animation. Or I like that animation.
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as a critical evidence.
Fountain pen has been entered into the court record. Was she writing anything, though?
So have I admitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
Ollie, why are you doing this? I know to examine evidence. I know this. You don't gotta tell. I'm not gonna get stuck on the first cross-examination of the game. I don't understand. The prosecutor Ayuchi of 9 months ago had none of this man's poison. Well, he's a new man. He's got a seed sprouting on his forehead.
Counsel for the defense. You may begin your cross-examination now.
Gamer time.
Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo. Ooh. That means... Oh, yes. Me.
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witness's testimony to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Let's go, sussy baka! Ow, 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 ow! Sussy baka.
Cross-examination.
No. The guy who she stole the identity of is very much alive. It's just he's in Britain right now. and they don't know that. So she's like, yeah, I'll be him. Or a cousin of him. The witness scene. Let's press everything.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
Press. In that jaunty disguise.
Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested.
He's starting to. I gotta do more of a smoker. He's starting to turn into. Lord Ass Cheeks, and I don't want that to.
Do what you must be done to keep the English woman under surveillance.
Yeah, that's not Lord Ass Cheeks. Why does this dude have a turtle on his head? Why don't you have a turtle on your head? Unless you do, Salmon. Which, in that case, sorry for asking.
Those are my words that day.
Yeah, it's his disguise. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer.
Being able to blend flawlessly in the crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water.
But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there?
If that made you late arriving to the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong.
How does he breathe? I don't know. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. Okay, yeah.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
Hold it! Ah! You're describing the victim's scream, presumably Sasaki-san.
In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Yeah! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so.
Sasaki-san wasn't at all like this in England.
Anyway, I spun around at the noise, and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut.
The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun.
Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change my swimwear into my swimwear on the sand.
So Sasaki-san was ass cheek naked, just chasing crabs on the beach. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. There, Ollie. He was crabbing. He was cheeked up chasing crabs on the beach. That's just living, brother. Nico's early. We adjusted this last time, and you guys told me it was fine. So why is it that every stream I'm like, I have different audio settings apparently? Maybe someone's sabotaging. Nico's early. Okay, watch this. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna put this up to how early, Ollie? Like a tiny bit? Or like a boy. Like a big boy. Studio mode. Give me 1 second. Go to this filter. Okay. Who's the sussy baka? I'm sussy baka, Plumie. I'm the sussy. Me.
Which meant that I was supposed to change in my swimwear on the sand.
Look,
It's me! I'm Sussy Baka! Me!
who is that, Plumie? Who's that? I know you haven't gotten this far, at least I don't think you have. But, Sussy Baka lawyer. I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut in a run. Or in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise. What?
What? I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise? That is one of the best lines in this game. I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise. Okay. Alright, Plooby. You have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. And I don't blame you for not wanting to get out of here. Or for wanting to get out of here, because, you know, I don't want to spoil too much.
I ran into the beach hut at once where I found the bear in question.
Yes, that young girl just tried the Englishwoman dagger in hand and she stabbed wildly.
Okay, let's go back to this one. Let's press this one.
Hold it!
Hey, yo!
Plumie underscore cheered. X500.
That's big for the program, Plumie. That's huge. That's big. Thank you for that. Fat 500. Let's go. You know, I'll throw out one of these. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Dance. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Fish Pog really isn't a dance, but I just like Fish Pog. I think my two favorite animated emotes are Fish Pog and the Pug Please. Pug Please, I think, might be my favorite animated emote on Twitch. I love that emote. Played by the pair, you don't mean to say, but how could that be?
No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Ray Mamabi-san.
But again, thank you for the Plumie. Thank you for the 500. Thank you. Okay. I forgot that I had that. I honestly forget that I have that voice command so much. And whenever I say thank you, Alexa, aka my digital assistant, will be like, "You're welcome." Alexa.
Yes, master.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Good job. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset.
If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish.
It really was an outside chance. I just wish I realized that before I said something silly. Yeah, you silly baka.
So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene.
I parted the Norrin curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside, only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand.
Why does the Inspector Man have a turtle now? Because he... Did you see his... Did you see his turtle? It went boing, 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 boing. Also, guys, is my mouth and my camera synced up? Because I adjusted settings and I want to make sure that they're synced up. And also, boom, bum, 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 da, 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 do, 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 do. Good? Audio good, Pog? Ollie Gamer? Evo Pog Champ? Gunga, gunga, dun, dun, dun. Watch this. Watch this. Okay, we're good. I fixed it. Probably, maybe. The reason we gave him this voice, Elysia, is because I'm in my headcanon, he's a smoker, which is why he coughs all the time.
So I gave him he smokes 13 packs of cigarettes a day, and he's also a government detective, jaded by the crimes he's seen over the years.
But he's not like Lord Ashcheeks, which is
Colonel.
that's different.
My hollowed ass cheeks.
See, there's a difference.
My glasses nearly cracked at the omnibus sight that met my eyes.
Ominous. I said omnibus.
Ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling!
Ugh. He doesn't appear to be lying here. Also, Saki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder?
Like a literary man's opinion.
Yes, I would love that.
Yes, that young girl was a striped Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and as she stabbed wildly.
Hold it!
Hold it.
Stabbed wildly. You actually saw her do it?
Oh, indeed! The terrible inspector, the terrible inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment.
I like this guy.
Every sight and every sound is still carved into my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation.
Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Maybe I'm just feeling effeminate today. Oh, no,
No, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly as a Japanese man as you.
Just change your voice.
I am manly! I wonder if I might interject here, Saseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression. Were your words just now, I believe.
So, do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described?
No, I mean yes! I know what I saw! My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either! I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper cereal!
Cereal? Cocoa Puffs. Reese's Puffs. Jigglypuff? Something to think about. Okay.
It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn.
I don't know how to pronounce that word. I hope I did that right. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. Macabre? 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 Ah, I see. Yeah, macabre.
I saw your blood on the blade. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times.
Okay, let's we need to look at the evidence because we need to. Can I not? Wait. Can I not examine these? Okay, I can examine this.
Hey, there's Pee-Pee!
Look at the little goblin. Hello, goblin. No. Also, I like this dude. I like this guy around here. What's he doing there? Can I go further on the goblin? No? No, I can't investigate anything. There's probably gonna be something in this image that's gonna give something away later. How do I present anything? Can I not like look further into anything? Okay. No, I can't. Did the duck also die? Yep. Probably. I don't know. Yeah, so I can't investigate the... Okay, so we'll just press, I guess. Hold it. She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that?
Very simply, from the blood on the blade.
The blood?
When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air.
Yes, that's right. I saw it too.
Oh.
I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene.
Yes, that's right. I saw it too.
And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand, too. All of which means I can be sure. And the victim did not die instantly.
Okay.
Yes, right. I saw it too.
Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound, at least.
Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion. Sassy baka. Forget sussy baka.
Oh, excuse me. I smoked a pack before I came to the court today.
Turtle.
Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness.
Sassy baka. Oh no. I have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. That's all I can do is stand here wide-eyed and mute.
Goodness, my dear. You really must try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie.
Well, you also remember, I think, is that the witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, delusion, even.
Ah, a delusion.
So it's probably Saseki. What's important is that we determine the truth. And there's only one sure way to do that.
Yes, with evidence, of course.
Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use R to pick a piece of evidence and present, because yes, I know. You need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what is said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for.
Yes, it's all about inconsistencies.
Once you've identified a witness statement that appears to
Yes! Alright then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record again against each statement to find any consistency. I'm pretty sure I'm going to find it really easily. I just wanted to press everyone. Let's see. I'm up to the task. Don't forget that you can have a witness
repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember. So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl.
You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. Gamer time. Okay. Let's look at the evidence first. I need to actually read it. Okay. So post-mortem report. Time of death just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma on the victim's lung from knife blade. Only single wound was identified. Okay, so that's it. They said they stabbed her and they stabbed her again. She didn't stab twice. You goober. I figured it out. I cracked the case. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a cat. He crabbed away. What was the line? I forget. On the pair in question. The growing girl described the Englishman, dagger in hand, she stabbed wildly. Hey, wow, how would it be the last statement? It's almost never that in the Ace Attorney series, except that it is. Decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise.
Objection!
Objection! Sussy. Oh!
True crime documentary. Sussy Baka in. Law and Order.
Yo, she's about to go gamer. She has the objection. She's gonna do the thing where she's like, she's gonna go oonga boonga. Just like how Ryunosuke was like, I such a strong feeling deep in my heart, a primal desire to take down my prey. Okay, Ryotaro, go gamer. That accusatory cry just welled up from deep inside me. I think I finally understand. Yeah, objection! Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of this menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
What? Where? When? How?
This is like a mini objection theme that's just a remix of Sasato's theme. And I like it. Not you, Saseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
At me.
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut. The defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be. What?
What?
Get to the point, please, Counsel.
Book? Hey, yo? In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Zibaka.
In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san!
Me?
You claim to have seen Membami-san through the throes of stabbing the victim. Hey, yo. Man, they're getting into the objection theme already. This is Sasibaka's objection theme, by the way. And I like it.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. There was already... Yeah!
Yes, and?
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once.
Give me 1 second. I gotta adjust, one thing.
Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. That's a really big, contradiction. Just that should honestly... I don't know if it should... No. It can't, get rid of the charge against her, but that's, a pretty big contradiction.
True!
What exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That would make sense.
That can't be!
Damn, Hosonaga kind of cheeked up there in that shot.
Excellent work, Sasato.
You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back.
I should give him a... The more I do his voice, the more I'm leaning into Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
Like Zoink Scoob! We gotta get out of here, Scoob! Already? I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like the...
Okay, I can't do a consistent Shaggy. I'm just gonna keep doing this.
I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection, attempting to steal the show.
He did steal the show. He beat you. You're right. There are certainly similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Oh! Ow! Eat shit, Ayuchi!
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed.
In any case, I think this...
I'm trying to, like, decide if I should do a Shaggy voice. I can't even do a good Shaggy is the thing.
Like Zoink Scoob!
I can't even do it.
In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds...
In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds... It makes not a jot of difference!
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man! When the accused first plunged a deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow! And it was at that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade for her next strike, that the witnesses saw.
Okay.
The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim.
No.
All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
Okay.
Arr!
I'm in agreement with the prosecution. The defendant was seen wielding the blade at all. That is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
Yeah, that's true. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are
back where we started.
sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes. Going for the jugular. Oh, yeah? Huh? What does father mean by that? I agree.
Let the court hear your opinion then, counsel. Answer then, counsel.
Truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could... Well, I don't really agree with either of these, because if you get stabbed, the worst thing you can actually do is remove the knife. Because the knife is what's stopping a lot of the bleeding. You know what I mean? Like, if you go to the like, if you get stabbed, you don't want to remove it, otherwise you'll bleed, like, way more. So I don't... But, I mean, this is probably the answer, just because it's the only one that makes sense. Save her life. Look. According to the postmortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. I thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical researcher assistant, Membani-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Eh? Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Ugh. Just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? So I got it wrong.
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify.
Oh, so I got it right. Never mind.
In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean.
Slipshod?
Like Zoink Scoob! That's an excellent idea! Our young yokel hopefully has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems.
What's a yokel? I don't know.
But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion.
On the subject of the defense's ass. Dang it, I should have... Whenever they say assertion, I always like to zoom in. Oh, that would have been a good one.
On the subject of the defense's ass. Yes, sir.
Too late. I know, I can't go back now. Witness testimony. Forensic medical primer. Primer? Any primers?
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding.
Yeah, I agree.
That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife out for the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Okay. I'm about to pull this apart. I'm about to go Doki Doki mode. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Did pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yeah, you don't want to do that. The worst thing you can do if you get stabbed is pull the knife out. You don't want to do that.
Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that presents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, the stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see.
Ah, this is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from an obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge.
Silly, Auchi, it is you who is the yokel.
Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Oh, have you done that, Auchi? Are you the murderer? Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled the blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't.
I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, it's true what... Is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance on such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then why would Ray have done it? Would she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? No. I don't know. I don't freaking know. It was probably on the floor or something. And just like in case one of the first game, for no reason, Ryunosuke just picked it up. Like, oh, okay. I don't know. Oh. True crime zoom. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... Did my friend actually have... No! Sasato! Yes. Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Ah!
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes. Yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I'll be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
Okay. We got this. We got this. She does the exact same animations. I love it. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Forensic medical primer.
I don't know why Van Zyke showed up for a second.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding.
Okay, it's not that.
That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know.
Okay. I'm gonna go for what I think it is.
In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have
tried to pull this knife out from the victim. It's probably this one. I'm gonna press it. Hold it! But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative. Why is she saying this? What? Why is she saying this? Sussy Baka, why are you the one saying that? Yeah, Hosonaga. I want to do that one. I'm going to do that animation that Hosonaga does. He does that one where it's like You know that one? I like that one. The based Hosonaga. Why is Sussy calling her own people out? I don't get it. Maybe she's, I don't know, being weird.
Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views.
Yeah! What a guy. What a Chad. Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much.
Well, I've managed to convey the basics now. That should cover the medical side of the argument. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
Okay, yeah.
The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Okay, let's look at the evidence real quick. What do we have? Okay, postmortem report. 2 p.m. Examination witness statements. 2. Causes a single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Okay. Extreme meiosis. Pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Dude, was she poisoned? Like, again? Was she poisoned like the guy in the first case? And then stabbed afterward? Probably. Honestly, probably. Look, like, there's literally a wine glass. Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna have to see. The swan, I feel bad for the swan. The swan didn't deserve that. Also, there's footprints everywhere. Why is there footprints everywhere? Little pee-pee goblin. Hello, pee-pee. I like how Saseki is going for the jugular in this picture. I like that. Okay, pen. We can't observe this yet. The victim was found grasping in her hand. Okay. Yeah, we can't open that yet. Let's go back to the second one.
Hold it!
We'll press that. In that case, there's an obvious explanation here.
Which is? Clearly.
No, wrong voice. Clearly, the defendant, Rei Mamami-san, does not possess an ounce of... Sussy, you gotta do better than this.
What do you think about that, Professor Mikatoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
I love how big his gavel is compared to his, like, head. I love how big it is. It's literally the size of his head. It's like one of those carnival, like, little, like, hammers that you can get for winning a game. Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid.
A lesson everyone must learn.
Hopefully you can see now that this is a really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in a medical research, Mamami-san would have certainly been aware of this.
I'm gonna go for 4.
Hold it!
We already know what her motive was. Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Mamami-san's nature to do something so awful. Yeah, good argument, Sussy.
But she had both motive and opportunity. It's very hard to argue against.
You don't know the defendant.
Oh, Jack-Jun! And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law!
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument. Not feelings. I'm a smoker with 40 years. I've been a truck driver for 40 years.
This fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I. Sussy, you gotta get it together.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Yes. Yes, Ms. Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Mamami-san.
The man that make the Dr. Wilson pee-pee poop. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mamami-san's talent and offered her a position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes. Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual.
Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions.
He met with the opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mamami-san's abilities. Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. Okay.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
So Sato, it's at a time like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course. But I've been through the court record dozens of times already. That's not true. I've been through it like twice. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail. I've realized this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record.
It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I know what to do. I'm a gamer.
Come to think of it, Kazuma-san and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with A.
With A?
By the look in your eyes, it's coming back. I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away.
Okay, gaming. Big gaming.
We need to press this last statement just in case, because I haven't pressed it yet. It's the first statement.
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
I smoked 14 packs before I came in here.
Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
Okay, let's look at the actual evidence now. I think it's 3. There's no good reason why... yeah. I think it's the 3rd statement. Had a motive, yep. Yeah, it's 3, and then what is it about 3, though? That's the question. Why would she have tried to pull it out? Persona. Oh, now I can examine this? Oh, now I can examine this. Before, it wouldn't even let me examine this. Process England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Sasaki-san, is it, father? Wow. It looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. Photographer managed to capture this moment. The moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt.
Nope. Not hurt. Just sussy.
This is the newspaper from Sasaki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive.
Oh, deadly poison stolen from the Yumi. Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed? Not deadly poison.
From Yumi's medical research, father. Isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen?
It's this morning's paper that Sasaki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as this is for the head of the laboratory. Not laboratory, laboratory. It sounds cooler. I didn't. I had not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information?
That's true. Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me.
What?
And moreover, details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully. The article about the poison has been entered into the court record.
Wow, I love court record. Okay. Exclusive deadly poison from Yumi University Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yumi by Soseki Natsumi on 11th August, it's come to light that a very... Wait, was this in the morning? That a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Okay, even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. In minutes? In minutes? Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occur within minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Wow, that's convenient. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entire new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Okay, this is very sussy indeed. This isn't the answer though. Wow, now now I can examine this too. This game's being weird right now. If we take off the pen's lid, oh, hey yo. Now let's screw the barrel, shall we? No inky jinky? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. The nib? I've never heard that word. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there. That's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Details of the fountain pen have been updated in the court record. Okay. Well, that's good to know. RM. RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging onto this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message to... To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Okay. Would this be the answer? Because if she wouldn't know that the knife was laced with poison. Unless she knew it was already stolen. This shouldn't be this hard. I think it's probably this on this statement. I mean, it has to be this statement. I think it's probably because, oh, the poison. But, like, we haven't even brought up the poison yet, so I fear that that's wrong. The pen has the poison in it. I guarantee it. I guarantee the poison was in the pen. Because it's empty now, except there's a little bit in, which we can test. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Let's do this.
Objection!
Objection! No. There's one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. Hey, yo.
What? What?
Whenever someone says what, I just love doing that.
What?
The yokel has not only a poor grasp of the law, but also is a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here. In this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at Imperial Yumi Unit.
Objection! The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
Actually, it does, because they got stabbed with the pen, and they were like, there's poison on the pen, that hurts. Or they were like, I'm writing and I'm thinking, let me lick my pen so I can continue writing. And they're like, uh-oh. And they died. You know? That's you know what I'm saying? Picking up what I'm putting down?
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
But...
Prosecutor Aochi, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article? The court cannot rely on this kind of a hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency!
Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife out from the victim's body is explained in this article where it says, well, it's not... I'm gonna read it again just to make sure. Why she pulled it out. Why is the poison being developed? Huh. It could literally be all of these. It could literally, I mean, it's least likely to be this one, I think, but you could make an argument that it's technically all three of these. I don't know, I'm gonna guess this one, because it seems right. Hey, yo. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Hey, yo.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mbami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is... Yeah! Point! It was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What? What?
Jesus! This is complete and utter nonsense!
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body, not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was a hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Yeah, and? Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Yeah. Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind.
The weasel's last fart? Is that what you're saying? Are you calling me a farting weasel, Aochi? Unbelievable.
Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case. I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
Okay, well, Mikatoba can tell you, and he's, like, developing it.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for the medical assistants to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potential lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
I like this pose by Hosonaga.
Exactly! Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What?
You can't possibly!
I can.
From your expression, counsel, it would appear that those are not empty words.
I mean, she's probably like, I don't know what to do.
But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of this. I've seen it many times. From my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
What evidence? Well, she's drinking something. It would probably be the picture, right? I really like this music. I want to listen to it just for a little bit. because I'm not sure how much it plays in the game, and I really like it. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the newspaper article. It might. I mean, I feel like it'll be the fountain pen later. Because there's a small amount of liquid inside. Oh, let's test it for poison. Also, who's the murderer? We haven't even met any like, witnesses that it could have been... Not so Seki. It wouldn't. No, it's not. It's not. It wouldn't be... Oh, would it be Smoker Man? Would it be Turtle Boy? No, it wouldn't. There's got to be someone else. Seen taken by police after the accident occurred. The sag wound victim max is clearly visible. It's probably this one. Actually, because they said it had to enter through a stab wound. Either from the mouth or via wound. I know. I know the answer. I think it's this. Yeah.
Take that!
Take that! Okay, that's not it. In truth, I'm not really sure. Well, at least we get to listen to the music longer. Well, my father always taught me to ask my elders whenever I was in trouble. So I thought I should ask for your opinion, Your Excellency. If there's advice you seek, counsel. If there's advice you seek, counsel. I think he means you. But grief, thrusting that under my nose isn't gonna solve anything here. We must use our heads. The article in the paper has details of the toxin. Now, where have we seen similar details? What? Am I actually stupid? Or am I ahead of the, like, game?
If I'm not mistaken, it appears the advice of your elders has given you an idea.
Yes, I'd like another chance to present evidence, if I may, Your Excellency. In that case,
counsel, you present proof of the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
well, I'm gonna say that it was this because, I don't know, there's a little bit of liquid in it, and I don't know what else it could be. Oh, ayo, it's this. I lied. Never mind. I'm stupid. I forgot. Because this says, oh, my pupil constriction. I'm stupid. Why am I stupid? 9 plus 10. Plus 9 plus 10. 22. It's this. This is the answer. Okay, I was gonna say, the music didn't stop. I'd ask the court to refer to the notes section of the postmortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Ugh. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the postmortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Yeah. Well...
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely.
Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Smacky. Prosecutor Ayuchi, I think you'll agree. This is a very compelling evidence. Yeah. Yokel student, yokel professor!
I'm more than a yokel. I'm a Nico. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No!
Yujin Mikotoba.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I believe you are best placed here to confirm and deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument.
Ollie, I'm no longer a yokel. I'm a Nico.
You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please.
Ni yokel, that's right.
It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know how the poison got stolen.
You don't know!
Toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly. But I was unaware of any theft.
You mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded?
No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ha! Listen to this bumbling academic! Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper.
Hawaiian shirts are very fashionable, Salmon, always. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father.
A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on a killing spree.
Oh, big smacky. That's totally unfounded. Hold it. Who? 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 Hey, yo? Soseki? Oh, it's her. What's wrong?
None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault.
Ray?
And Bami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the only one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew?
I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing.
Is Soseki taking a dump over there on the right? What is he doing? Like, he's squeezing one out in the courtroom. My God, you gotta calm down, Soseki, my man. He's leveling up. Is that what you call it when you use the bathroom, Ollie? Ladies, excuse me, I gotta go level up.
Yes, that's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken.
And Soseki's just still going to, like, Flavor Town over there. Jeez. Alright.
So I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea of who the thief was.
Who is it? The thief? You don't mean?
Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman.
Hey, yo. I mean, I guess that makes sense. She did steal it once.
It's Giselle Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me if she knew she was untouchable.
Hey, yo.
I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean?
I never gave her a voice either.
And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor.
Huh.
That's when I saw the knife in her back.
Wait, there was actually a knife in her back? Really?
I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stone poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her.
It's the pen. It has to be the pen.
Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body.
On the blade of the knife in her back.
That train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. The amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I had hoped. Really, I'm sorry for staying silent all this time.
And Saseki's still dumping over here. I just have to keep mentioning it.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I've duly noted the courage in which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in the courtroom now. In this courtroom now.
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Bonnie said, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Yeah.
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth, you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
Objection. But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What's this prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. Oh, they do call him the Your Excellency in Spirit of Justice. I forgot about that, Ollie.
You will produce this aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ayuchi.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
Hey, yo. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? Cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mbami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true. No.
I don't believe it. Ah! Look at Osanaga cheeked up right now. Look at him.
Order! Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
Screw you. I'm cool as hell. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Nerd. Careful now. Sasato is starting to show her face here.
It's often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely
Cogent? I think that's how you say it. Cogent? I don't know how else you do it.
photographic print as evidence. Incriminating photograph.
Cogent. Okay. There's a reason I am not an English major. Because I don't know English very well. I can't believe he's had a photograph like this up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. He's afraid because it probably reveals something that he doesn't want us to notice.
Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
That's true. I didn't think of that. She's just... Well, this is what I'm saying. Ray.
That's
is of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. Oh.
Objection!
Objection! That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. Ah! Who took it? It's gonna be Sholmes. Sholmes is gonna show up in a swimsuit and be like, "It was me." I seem to have an eye. Why was he? Was it the reporter? It's the reporter. It's the reporter behind Mr. Soseki Daddy. Saki Daddy. Okay, well, we know who the murderer is. It's the reporter.
I'll uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph or what?
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Why? Pardon? Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. This provenance of the print is still unknown. It's not that... Ollie, there's literally no other witness. You realize that there's no other person. What am I supposed to say? Oh, it was Soseki Natsume. Even though he's in the next case.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, that you're presenting it, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? Yeah, I agree.
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
The defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but...
The moment it was withdrawn? Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene of it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no. Sasato, this is the time for you to fight. Have we not been doing that the whole time? If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat in the slow train back to your provinces. And to rue the day you come against Takisuchi Ayuchi in a court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. I know who took it. You will rue the day. Is this iCarly? Is this Neville from iCarly?
Well, counsel.
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I have the answer. I have the answer, because I'm the Nico. Yes. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. Is this the same line as the ending of the trilogy? This isn't whether or not I can come up with the answer now. I have to come up with the answer. Is she gonna say I have to come up with the answer? I said this is the ending of the trilogy in case 1. I'm gonna bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition. The idea of this person who took this dramatic photograph, the identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print, is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, that you can't possibly. But, and you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. You really believe you could?
However, I'm able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court.
It's the newspaper. It's this right here. It's the crack on the screen. The crack on the camera. Do I present the newspaper? I think I just present this, right? Yeah.
Take that!
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again. Rouse's English attorneys tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye.
I like the little pee-pee looking down here. What's they looking at? Sneaky. Ah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably. From the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph, it's in this photo, too.
Good gracious!
Yes, it's exactly the same pattern of lines is present on the this photograph, too. That tells us nothing! Yes, there's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. Bro, you are stinky stupid. Stinky stupid. Not just regular stupid, advanced stinky stupid. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside the hut at the beach council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
Curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Yes. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With what photographic device?
Yes. We can confidently say the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
Smack. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
Objection! Objection!
I'm sussy. I got a fist. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ayuchi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper?
That's right. Point. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. Let's go.
Many memo!
What did he say? What? What? What did he say? Oh, Soseki? Gotta get that vibrato going.
I see why you're called...
How do I pronounce this again? You guys told me. Rauschus? Is it Rauschus? I don't know.
England returning. Okay, well, we're just gonna skip it.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
Yeah, but he knows.
It's Mini Memo, I tell you. Mini Memo! Mini Memo!
Dude, that was quite the animation. I love that. Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say many memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move.
The Shoyu News? The Shoyu News.
A reporter by the name of Writing Many Memo.
Writing Many Memo? Okay.
Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk.
Ah, now that he mentions it.
They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
Could that same reporter be? Yeah, it's him.
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. there I am, stuck in the middle with right and many memo.
You're saying that this picture was taken by?
By many memo, yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire.
Officer! Find the newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will join for a short recess in the meantime.
If this guy finished his mission and, like, actually did what he wanted to and killed Giselle Brett, why didn't he flee the country? Why did he come to court with Soseki? Wasn't that just, like, his cover, that he was a weird reporter? I don't know. No, we'll see. Uncrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. That's such a good line. I love that. I quickly uncrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. By beetled, does he mean like crawled off like an insect? Like scuttered?
As you say, your excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife. A meta weapon. Examined for traces of poison.
There's not going to be poison on that. There's not going to be any poison on that knife. It's going to be in the pen. I guarantee it.
You'll solicit the existence of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood.
Many more. Many memo. Many memo.
Part 2? Alright, well, now we're getting into the meat and potatoes. Alright, let's get this guy. This case is the shortest in the out of the 10 in the new jingle. I like that. Dum, 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 dum. This case is the shortest in the out of the 10. So I know we're already almost, I wouldn't say we're almost done, but we're over halfway at 100%. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Gamer time. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant. It's an antechamber.
I'm so sorry, sussy baka. I should have told you about the toxin.
Hey. Why? What, you quoted it wrong, Salmon? What are you talking about? You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all.
Oh, decrabbed? Oh, you decrabbed. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, how dare you? Misquoting one of the greatest scholars of our modern era.
I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from my Englishwoman before anyone found out. From the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, sussy baka? You had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you stand by me to the last.
I remember.
And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, sussy baka. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Sasato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. Sussy takedown. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets.
I'm no better, you know.
Oh.
Even though in my heart I knew you'd pulled the knife from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you.
Sussy baka.
I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer.
Oh no, no!
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray,
Yes?
you find it in your heart to forgive me.
Oh, sussy. You know, you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now.
Oh, Ray. Hey, yo. Court time?
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean?
That's Giselle Brett.
And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back.
Okay. The knife is a red herring.
It all happened right before my eyes.
And you were the only people in the hut at the time?
That's right. Just me, Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I don't understand how she could have possibly been stabbed like that.
Great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up.
It will be alright. However, it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm gonna prove everything you've said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikatoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? You don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have it identified on the blade by now. It's not on the blade, it's on the pen. I'm telling you guys.
The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids.
Alkaloid? How do you pronounce that? Did I say that right? I don't even know how to pronounce that word either.
The police won't have any way of testing it.
Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to alkaloids. Yeah, so I was right. Maybe? I don't know. Who cares? Chemical reagent? Sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though. Just in case. Yeah, we're gonna need that. What's the matter, sussy baka? You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yumi Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret.
It was all the English woman's doing.
What?
It was when the professor and Saseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. The so-called English lady swanned in.
She swanned in? Did she? Ray, she swanned in.
And without any compunction, said to Miss Professor Mikatoba,
"Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
Swanned in and degrabbed and scuttled off. Hutwise or whatever.
"Oh, Professor, you surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. Well, Saseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Saseki-san knew about the poison. Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of that toxin too. This Many Memo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach?
"Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there."
Indeed, he shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Ah!
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel! We've just heard the trial's about to resume. Please proceed to court at once. Okay. It's time to steal ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes! No, it's Sholmes. That was Sholmes. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. It's gamer time. Let's get this reporter on the stand. Let's go gamer on him. He's got nothing on me, okay? He's got nothing. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Remember Me. Prosecutor Ayuchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh.
What news? And why does he look so happy about it? Oh, he's gonna say the knife didn't have poison on it, and I'll be like, I'll beat you up, Ayuchi.
During the recess with collaboration of Professor Mikatomo's laboratory at Yumi University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
Well, Ollie, you don't gotta tell me that. What if I hear the theme and I hate it, Ollie? What will you do then, huh? What are you gonna do? Looks like you're the sussy baka now, Ollie, huh?
I had the region delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But judging by the man's swag...
Oh no. Judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And, counsel, what were the results?
This dagger, which is so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Then I have a bad opinion. Well, we'll have to get to the bottom of this, won't we, Ollie? Armed with the Regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. A murder weapon has been entered into the court record.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed.
Destroyed!
Whenever they keel over, they just let out a gassy one.
Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer, bring in the witness.
Hey, yo. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, then there has to be a way forward. How could the toxin have entered the victim's body? I already know, but I don't know like exactly how, but I'm like, I kind of see. What's going on, big dog? You remind me of, what's his name? Spark Brushel from Apollo Justice.
Witness, state your name for the occupation and occupation for the court.
Right in, meet many momo of the Shoryu News. I'm what people like to call a journo.
I like to imagine this guy's pretty eccentric. What's a journo, Father? Do you know? Simply a contraction of journalist.
I'm the where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news.
Hey, yo. Alright, I'm listening, Ollie. Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourselves, people! Many Momo sent us a scoop in the offing.
I don't like.
Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format in the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
Well, I gotta turn up my volume, Ollie. Hang on. Not your guys' volume, my volume. Alright. Well, I suppose I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro has been studying to become... has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. Her eyes are going crazy.
By the way, my name is Takesuchi Auchi. It's Takesuchi Auchi. It is a so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
Ugh. No, the readers won't buy that.
What?
Witness.
Yeah. What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture.
It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you've gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many memoism.
Many memoism? Oh yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Saseki-san.
Yes, right. That was me, many memo again.
But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu News offices after our meeting.
But the scoop is I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dog. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns.
Stay your tongue, young man! There are complex political issues at play. Yeah, he's kind of right.
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my many memo pad.
Many memo pad.
Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. That's when I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press.
You mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand?
The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yes, I saw with my very own journo eyes. From the start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
He's almost kind of sounding like Sholmes, but Sholmes has a more...
Mr. Naruhodo, do you like this?
I have. Mr. Naruhodo, you have a dumper on you, don't you?
Thank you, Minimomo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed on the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
Yes. Yes.
Ha! Camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens. There were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spear burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Wow. That's awesome. Read screens, you say?
Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped.
The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, he's trying to get 2 women in a dressing room and this guy's taking pictures. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? The Pizza Hut.
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens.
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Or would I be seen? It was a gamble of a lifetime.
No, you had a camera and 2 girls in a changing room. Looks like Mini Memo is the real sussy baka.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered an admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's a Mini Memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No!
Oh, wonderful news, Your Excellency! Wonderful!
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. But this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why, then, was the story never published?
That's right. Oh, that's right.
Ha!
It seems clearly to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ha! More pathetic excuses!
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Yeah, he has ink on his hand, too. And he's wearing an armband? Is that just like a journalist armband? I'm just like paying attention to his outfit or like his body, because that comes up a lot in cases. Camera never lies.
The beach was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through.
Okay, let's just press everything. What made you want to see what's happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it a journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Literally, you're peeking a camera in on a dressing room of a young woman.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera on you and were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Yeah. Hope you got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. It's not even a many-memoism, it's just basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut?
The Pizza Hut.
I saw a cheesy pizza, meat lovers, a side of wings, and 8 breadsticks. All lined up for the taking. And I said, damn! Now that's a scoop! A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what.
This guy's not British. I'm kind of giving him a British accent, but I don't think he's British. I mean, he might be. He's definitely probably a spy of some sort. Because why else would he have the motive to kill Giselle?
When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it as clear as day. The English woman was sitting in a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Memba-mi-san entering the hut. The Pizza Hut.
Yup. And she was raging. Raging like my journo spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. A student girl walked... I need to stop giving him an accent, because I don't think he has an accent. The student girl walked up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid her into her any more, there would have been eggs. Okay. Man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's ranting fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor and stabbed her in the back.
Hold it!
Hold it. You swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment? I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out. From start to... Stop making him British! He's not British! He's not a British boy. I saw a whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. He's still kind of British. I can't not. I'm so used to everyone in this game being British. What's up, mailman? British? I have a simple plan. Here I have a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain the court exactly what you witnessed. Ugh. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool in the back of the hut. Okay, stop being British. It's so hard. You have no idea how hard it is. Because I've been doing it for the whole game, so it's just like, oh yeah, I'm just British. Every character's just British. Even though this is case 1 and they're not British. Because they're in Japan. Was on the stool. Was on the stool in the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. Is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut arguing furiously. The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And then a flash plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What do you describe as a grim crime indeed? Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. What's up, mailbox? Mailman? Biko man? I'm about to nail this guy of murder. Because he committed a murada. By the way, Many Memo-san. Whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journos have been observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. What? Raison d'etre. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think this witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you... Hey, yo? I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will submit your formal testimony to your aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Well, I never once set foot in the hut
the Pizza Hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer.
Yeah, Ollie. Oopsies, I didn't mean to hit A. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said, as you've no doubt done many times before your role as judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. Yeah, I'm gaming. Wait. So it was this one?
Pulled apart the rough weave on one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Was this the one? Wait, have I already pressed these? I'm confused. I don't think I've pressed these.
Hold it!
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. Well, why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police?
Ha! I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth.
I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident.
Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of others' lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, it's a basic memoism.
It's not something to boast about.
No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed, that justice done what motivated you.
That's it! That's brilliant! My burning desire to see something or other exposed.
There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though.
By your own admission, you were outside the hut, the Pizza Hut. How then did you manage to get all 8 breadsticks in your mouth? Oh yes, that! I'm glad you asked. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Okay. Let's press everything. Let's press everything. But the 2 women inside didn't notice?
Obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where.
Which you think would make you reflect on what you were doing. Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing.
No, it's a journo's job to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints. Take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on.
Did he just make that up?
The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said.
I never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer.
Yeah, let's just press this last one. Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already.
Oh, I see. So you were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes.
It was all I could to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot.
You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera.
Many memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art, yes. That's spot on.
Surely he's making all this up. Alright. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. So we've already read this. Okay. Have I already pressed this? I forget. I think I have. Yeah, I did. Okay, if it lets me skip it, it means I've pressed it. I can't remember what I've pressed and what I haven't pressed. But we will see. Okay, skip past that. Okay. The English one. Okay, let's look at the map we just got. Because it's going to be we present the map. I guarantee it. Let's look at this. Where's the stool? Is this the stool? Or is this... Which the stool? Hang on. I gotta look at the photograph. Which one's the stool? The stool's... Oh, the stool's like literally right in the center. Okay. Okay, so the student... She was sitting on the stool. This doesn't make any sense. This is kind of stupid. Ah, yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. Yeah, maybe. Is there anything else about this knife? I just want to make sure. Don't think so. Yeah, we're gonna use this later. I guarantee it. Hey, yo? Was there some secret sauce on the bottom there? Hey, yo? I just want to examine everything just in case. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be a little help here, I'm afraid. Couldn't you just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Okay, yeah. Is there anything else to observe here? I don't think so. Okay. Okay, I think I've pressed everything. Let's just see what statement it should be. When the student game girl and started arguing with her. Okay. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. See, that just doesn't make sense. This guy's saying that she grabbed her, then threw her down, then stabbed her? Why? That's stupid. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped up my camera ready to click. Okay. What about the rough weave one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot? Never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. Okay. I thought they had spoken. Maybe. I never once set foot in the Pizza Hut. Okay. Let's peep this out. Did they talk to each other? I thought they did talk to each other. In this interview. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna read through this really quick. Uh-huh. Okay, it's not that. It's probably this image, because you can see where the thing is split. The wall back there is split. So that's definitely where she got stabbed. But how do we prove that? I never once spoke with the woman. Ollie, can you just confirm to me that I've pressed everything, or the correct statement is here? Because I just want to make sure. I'm not even sure if I pressed everything. I think I've pressed everything. I think it's there. Okay. I just want to make sure I have pressed everything. See, it could be 3. The beach was made of shoddy reed screens. There were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. Yep. The Englishwoman was sitting on the stool when the student girl came and started arguing with her. Okay, that makes sense. It's not the first two. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. That really doesn't make sense. I might present something on this, but I doubt it. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Yep, yep. That's not 4. Okay, perfect shot. No. Never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. It's either 3 or 6. I don't think we can prove 6 is the thing. Unless they talk to each other in the interview. That's the only thing I can think of. It looks like this is like peeking in from the side though. Like not where the back peeking was. It probably is this map. Because we just got it. I really don't know. Because I don't think I can prove that he did step foot in it, because I don't think he did. Because he stabbed him through the wall. There's gotta be 3. The girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor. She stabbed her in the back. So I've pressed everything and I'm not on the right track, Ollie. See, it's almost always you press the last statement, but I don't see how we can prove that... Oh, he spoke with the Englishwoman, but... I mean... Uh-huh. 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 Either he spoke to her or set foot in. This could be it. Well, there's the footprints, but you can't prove whose those are. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, there's no way you can be like, oh, those are yours. No, it could have been Ray's. It's not any of this. I don't think it's this newspaper article. What was on the back of the end? Let me just reread this, just to be sure. I can't believe you know nothing about this. Yeah, how'd a reporter find out about it? Oh? Is this it? However it happened. Because it's not letting me skip this. Well, the only way he could have gotten a way into, like, known about it or reported on it is if he talked to someone. But I don't think that's it. I don't really know. She's got donuts on her ears. Donuts. That's the hidden clue. That's what we've been missing all along. You can see her eyes. Well, not really, but kind of. Okay. Did you examine all the evidence? I am positive that I've examined all the evidence. Unless something new changed. I've examined everything. Are you sure? Yes. I've literally examined everything. You want me to examine the knife again? Is it gonna let me do... Is there something different about the knife now? Maybe? Hey, yo. I've examined everything, Ollie. I'm positive. I have examined everything. Unless it's like in a picture, then that's not examinable. I just have to notice it. I have definitely examined everything. Do I have to examine this again? Is it going to tell me to examine this again? Because that'd be dumb. Wait, what's this guy's name? Is this guy's name Many Memo, but what's his first name? It's not RM, is it? There's an unexamined thing right there. What are you talking about? This? This? On Depend? What? No, there's not. This? Really? This? The stupidest thing. Some sort of emblem here, look. But it's not a Yumi University one. Must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. That would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Wow. There's an emblem of some description. Uh-huh. Wow. That's silly. I see the armband. I know. But like, I still don't know what to present on. Because I don't see how that connects to any of these statements. Yeah, so it's RM. I see the emblem on his arm, but I don't see how the pen would help me present anything.
Objection!
That's really stupid. Momo-san, until now, I had a firm belief. The newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there! The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalist who writes for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with all those recriminatory words, Counsel? Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ah! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM? No! Write in Many Memo. RM. That's horse dung! Can't you see it? One of the central tenets of Many Memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, inky jinkies. There's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey dung? Horsey horse dung? Hey, yo. Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you were in there? You met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut.
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly! Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky.
Huh?
And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who the owner really is.
In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. Clear on this fountain pen that resorts through the end of it is. So could I have presented this pen without examining this first? I probably could have.
Got it!
Excuse me.
Well, it was... Whatever. I have a problem with that. As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Memimoto-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Show You News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Memimoto-san, how do you respond?
No! Order! Explain yourself, witness. Ha! So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
Hey, yo. I bow. An interview?
You never mentioned this before.
When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before the evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. I couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, as we memo-memoists say. The people don't pay for their dues for unworthy news.
Hey, yo.
However insignificant you deemed it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim.
Hey, yo.
You will testify under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yes, alright, but on one condition.
Condition?
Hello, 5. That's me. I'm like the kids next door. I'm number 5.
In all good conscience, I should speak out alone on this. About this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Saseki Natsumi-san.
So, Saseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves. It's because it's not a harmless one, it's big.
What? What? Eh? It is not like the one that stands in our way, Ollie. Don't compare those two.
Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness request in this instance. Officer, summon the witness back to the stand.
Saseki-san, hiding something? Yeah, what would he be hiding? What, he didn't decrab himself? Hey, yo? Witness testimony. We're gonna pursue Saseki, aren't we? The witness's secrets.
I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question.
But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. Hey, yo.
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness.
Oh, well,
And when she did, you decided to ask her a question.
That's, true, yes.
He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. Hey, yo.
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
What the?
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. Reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Pizza Hut. Unlimited breadsticks. It's like that one meme of Fire Emblem Fates, Ollie, that you sent me that one time. It's like, what side will you choose? And then instead of refuse to pick a side, it says, go to Olive Garden. And then you choose that, and then the title card comes up, and it's just Chapter 6, Unlimited Breadsticks. Witness's secrets. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined. So I left the hut without making a fuss.
Hold it!
Okay, hold it. You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life. That's not the way I phrased it. Many memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson is how I put it to her. Damn. Yes, that sort of talking is straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Hey, yo. Woohoo, that told me! So I waltzed right out of there. Really, something about that doesn't seem quite fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. Hey, yo. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running.
Hold it!
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize! Many memoist will tell you that. Let them think you've left, then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. This is why people hate journalists.
And the fruits of your labor are also apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence.
Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide, except that you murdered someone, I'm sure. I like how Sasato has like a very disappointed look on her face when she's like interviewing this guy, because he's like, so you refused the answer of no when trying to interview a woman, then you spied on her in her changing room, and Sussy Baka's just like, you goober. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm gonna tell it. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help.
Hold it!
Saseki-san remained behind in the hut. That's right, yup. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging.
What did you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that daunted me was traveling abroad, back behind baleful bars. They're coming for me surely. A That's all I could think. I felt as though I were gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Saseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
The world seemed to close in around me. I quietly recited a prayer to Amina Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty, it's eternity. The end is coming for me, surely.
No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now, we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question.
Hold it!
What was the question? What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, now you shouldn't hear that. You should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man?
Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
I wish that was my life. If my life were as simple as catching crabs and building castles, man, to be a Saseki Natsume.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man.
But then, all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray.
I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Bratt on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin!
But what did you ask her, Saseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She didn't! She didn't say nothing! She said nothing in response! But...
When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. There we go. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will.
Okay.
I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
Okay. So you tried to find out who the culprit was.
You asked the question as a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been
Hey, Peach is playing Great Ace Attorney. Hey, yo.
And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever.
However, you've indicated the victim failed to respond, is that correct?
I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear, Saseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report of his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the English woman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Writer Man?
Well, yes, all right. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
That's not good.
Hold it!
Where was the defendant? Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Saseki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you,
She pointed.
the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. This woman ate the breadsticks, didn't share a single one. Life in prison is what she deserved, which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
Yeah, maybe, this is just a theory, maybe Giselle Brett died of hunger. Because if you think about it, if the murderer ate all the Pizza Hut, she would have been very hungry. And maybe she could have keeled over because she was hungry. Something to think about.
Sussy-san, what on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But fiddlesticks, I say.
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing.
Hey, yo?
Just somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
Yeah, I know. I mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear.
Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant.
Confirm the identity of her ass. Alright, good talk. Awesome. That is it.
Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It's now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed the crime.
I am inclined to agree. In the absence of any credible arguments to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No! The picture.
No! The headlines are writing itself. Dashing lawyers hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition.
This is a serious blow, sussy baka. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. You don't even know who the crime was committed. How the crime was committed yet. Impossible though as the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all these details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how the events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. She stood up and fell over.
The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back.
How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a breach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Through the thingy! What do you mean? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. Can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know! I do know!
Objection!
Objection! Sussy baka, to the rescue.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists!
Objection!
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene. Who could have committed this crime?
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tries to reveal who it was to those around her at the same time. by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction, fantasy.
Maybe.
Very well, as you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel. I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
you will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly do you propose the culprit was concealed?
Right here. Right there.
Take that! Baka, baka, baka. Sussy baka saves the day.
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. I don't know about that. Kind of. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting that the culprit was outside the hut.
Hey, yo. Pizza the Hut.
What?
Order!
But in law, student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all.
You've just pointed in the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snapped. Well, I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering around, I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, the breadsticks would still be there. There's no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Aichi, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that it is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you yokel!
The defense's ass is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. The defense's ass. Yes, that defendant ass. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from the outside of the hut?
Pizza Hut. This. Right there. This image.
The original photographic print of the crime scene.
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from the outside the beach hut.
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Yeah.
Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim to have took place from the outside of the hut?
Is it really asking me this? Alright. Look closely just here. Spread cheek. In the screen to the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. Really? I thought that was just like them pulled apart.
No, I can't. I can't see such a thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
That's true. That's true. This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Raisen Benimomo-san, it could have only been you.
Hey, yo.
Gaming?
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume as part of this farcical scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Yeah.
Objection!
Throwing ninja shurikens. Foo, 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 foo. No, of course not.
We're not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death.
Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool?
Have another look at this photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting in that stool.
My word! So, in fact, the victim was...
Killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Hey, yo. Ah! Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Memba-misan's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. Hey, yo. Okay, we got this. We got this. By your silence, Minimomo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. No, he does. We haven't even had an Allegro yet. He definitely denies it.
This is absurd!
That's Ayuchi right now.
That will do. It would appear that we have attacked a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Memba-misan, is innocent of the crime.
No, it's not over. Oh, thank goodness. It's not over. I finally made him cave. He's not caving, he's just thinking.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Ayuchi clan can't. What of my growth of hope?
It's gonna fall off at the end of this case, isn't it?
It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial.
Objection.
I will therefore move to conclude the proceedings by delivering my final verdict. And
yeah, what's he gonna do? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. He says no thank you. And Soseki-san's just taking a dump on the right again. He just gets... Is he this nervous in court and or constipated? He's just always... squeezing one out. Hi, Utah. How we doing? 2 years of Utah gaming. The pizza boy. Utah, when's the last time you made a pizza? Riddle me that. That's the question I ask. Utah 96. Who's not even from Utah.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls. Years? And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Hey, yo. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Alright. Soseki's like, can I leave? Utah, if one day we ever meet, this could be decades from now, we're getting a pizza pie. Okay, and you're gonna make it. I want a freshly baked pie from Utah. That's my goal. That's all I've ever wanted. What are you talking about? Brace yourselves, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. Hey, yo. What?
enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. Hey, yo. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? When the moon hits my eye like a big pizza pie, Utah, that will be amore. I understand that the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably by that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Yeah. That's how you framed, Ray. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, poison could not have circulated in her blood. It's true.
How refreshing to hear the arguments of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters now not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by a knife, but by the poison.
That's true. They just did that to cover it up. But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... There's no poison on the blade.
Ha! Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well...
Farted.
Order! But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body?
There's an undeniable, obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it? What does imbibed mean? Man, you mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here, as you can see. Drink. There's a drink on the floor. It's in the pen. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. Somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. That'll make a great front page shot. Hey! Why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Hold it. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is a prime press fodder, this is.
It was in this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a shot at that magnificent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim.
I'm a journo and a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. Yes, you are. Yes, you did. You're doing it right now, you goober. And I'm not about to start now, because that's metamemoism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? To the truth. Okay, now it's going to be Allegro. I guarantee it. This has to be like the final testimony. Because all we have left is that the poison was in the pen. Because I know the poison was in the pen. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. And that very fact proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab a woman if I'd already poisoned her? Because you needed to frame Ray. And if you didn't, then the poison could have been someone else outside of the thingy. When I heard this student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't gonna punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. Ayo. So you admit it then? That everything happened as I described. You are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen. Yeah, but... I mean, just admitting that is, like, a serious crime. Why would he even admit that? Huh. You can blame this miserable country of ours. Huh? A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free? What kind of future can a country like that have?
That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Dude, that is literally attempted murder, even if you were not responsible for the poisoning, which you would be charged with. I don't know. This is 1890, dude. I don't know. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information to my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. The pretty little student girl. There's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This Cherno here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
Therefore, that reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last! This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? No, he's not, because it's sussy time. Sussy time! Oh yeah, big sussy time. This is gonna be big. Big sussy moment. Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination of this trial.
This is stupid, Ollie? What are you talking about? It's not stupid! You're stupid! Yes, Your Excellency. Alright, this is it. I stabbed the lady, but I'm innocent. Yeah, it's really, like, even if that were true, and he truly didn't murder her, that is an admission of attempted murder, to which you're going to be charged, like, with very comparable charges to if you actually murdered them. The innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. It's that very fact that proves I'm innocent.
Hold it!
So you admit that you had murderous intentions toward Miss Brett then? Ah! The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... he's claiming some sort of righteous indignation?
Ah, she was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who'd committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in.
He's kind of based and kind of dumb at the same time.
Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So in summary, murderous intentions then.
Whatever you call it, the point is this. The Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all.
Dude, you'd have to pay for this crime too.
Because why would I have bothered to stab a woman if I'd already poisoned her?
I know. Do you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when they're already wearing braces like these.
Overalls?
The accused administered the poison, following which the victims went to stab the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders.
Oh, dude. This is a... Huh? Construction? What is construction?
That's how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? Maybe you'll even learn something today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning.
It's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You were that you were compelled to stab the victim, then witness. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat.
Hold it!
Hey, yo. What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. Professor of medicine. Invited here from England by Professor Mikatoba, no less. Right, but the English woman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British consular court in Shanghai. However, there was little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
Hold it. Hey, yo, Ray? Ray? Maybe?
Hello? I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe.
Ray!
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up. Sussy baka, please. You have to make them listen.
Join to the dock at once, remember me, son. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness.
Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty peeping Tom. Dirty great peeping Tom.
Whoa, take it easy there.
Please, I really think this court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
Hey, yo. Based judge? Based judge?
This is likely to be the final examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Okay, we got this.
It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hey, yo.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean?
I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison.
Surely it will be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
Indeed, all visitors in the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikatoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail.
Miss Brett's rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance.
I'm very ashamed myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison.
Why is he alluding to something we haven't seen yet?
I wanted to look at my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison.
No, Ollie. I don't like that.
I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know a first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Many Momo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind! Can't you see I'm busy?
Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard.
Ugh. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yumi Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Show You News. The details are too accurate for to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about.
Yes! Look at this! The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Ugh.
Well, Many-Momo-san.
Heyo. As a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many-memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. The reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut.
Hey, yo.
So that's what this is all about. We're trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. He's like, it's morphin' time. He's like about to turn into like the Hulk. The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of this poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it.
Completely reckless. Yeah, sussy baka, come on. You should know that. That'd be like putting pepper on your Chinese ramen. Jeez, come on.
Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens.
Me too, man. I love pepper. You guys know when like you go to a restaurant or like you just like buy pepper at the store, you have to like get the crank and you have to like twist it to get the pepper out? I feel like Gordon Ramsay every time I do that. I'm like, a chef's kiss. Every time I put pepper on anything. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. It was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, and clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. That's true. I know it was in the pen, I just have no idea how to connect it, like exactly. Yes, that's undeniable. Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Yeah? Sorry? What change? The reporter overheard the reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Many-Momo-san, excuse me, first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. Okay. The victim had unwillingly taken poison already. The reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree, and in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Okay. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. It was a very fact that proves I'm innocent. Okay, not that. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? Okay, it could be this, but I'm gonna go through all of them. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat.
It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Okay. Uh-huh.
The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well.
Okay, so, are 2 and 5 the same thing? Why would I bother to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? Yeah, 2 and 5 are the same thing. So I assume you can present on 2 or 5. I don't know, because I don't think we present the fountain pen here. Because I think that's going to come up later. Hmm. Hmm. I'm probably overthinking this, I assume. There's very clearly the pen in the end, but just getting to that is the problem. I'm gonna go back. Okay, let's read this. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Many Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he used. So did he even know it was, like, super deadly? I guess that's the question. Maybe he didn't even know it was, like, super deadly. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already... he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. Okay. I would say it has to be... He had to stab them. Because otherwise they would have searched... He would have been under suspicion. Because the poison would have... I feel like this is easy. He didn't know about the nature of the poison. I don't really get this, to be honest. I'm just gonna press this again, because I need to reread it. Perhaps you doubted the efficacy, or maybe you didn't know the efficacy. That's horse dung. Yeah. I don't know. Is this easy, Ollie? Because I don't want you to tell me the answer. Because it's very easy what the end is. My guess would be I would present the article on this. I don't know, though. Chemical? Look at the poison details. We don't have poison. There's no poison in the court record. Unless you're talking about this. Because this is what I was gonna present. Poison details? What? Are you talking about? Talking about the pen? I'm dancing, bro. Oh, I don't see anything. Okay, yeah, secret poison. Yep. I mean, he would have just been suspicious if they had known the poison had been used. Because if they'd known the poison had been used, they would have been like, okay, well, who knows about the poison? And then he would have fallen under suspicion because he knew about it. Is that the answer? Because otherwise, I don't get it. Kind of? Is that really the answer? I don't see anything on this page, Ollie. I'm gonna be honest. At least nothing that's like... That's really dumb. Whatever.
Objection!
I would have guessed that anyways, but I wouldn't even known why I presented that. If that makes sense. Well, I can think of one reason.
What? What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Ugh.
Of course he did. There can be no question about it. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin.
And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mimbami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Manimomo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Mimbami-san entered the hut. The Pizza Hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison.
At which point, Manimomo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
Information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, if anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death.
Extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it.
There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison. This is really weird way of putting this. I mean, yes, but this is a stretch in logic. It would reduce the numbers of suspects to only a handful of people. Like, technically it makes sense, but at the same time, like, I don't know.
Ah! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be too foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed.
Because he had murderous intent, poisoned her, didn't know that it was like an actual deadly toxin. He just thought it was a toxin, and he's like, "Oh, it's a toxin." It's just weird. So yeah.
Mimbami-san having no exception.
Therefore, we conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. This, I don't know. Like, I mean, yeah, I guess, Ollie, but it's just,
Sussy baka!
In other words, someone like you, frightened Manimomo. Hey. Hey, yo. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized it was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. Ugh. I just think this guy's motive and everything is just like, really? Most things about this case are like, really? Alright. I mean, yeah, but really? As you listened from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts, but you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. I like parts of this case, too. Oh, yeah, I like sussy baka. So you hashed a plan to disguise your mistake. I don't think there's a part of a single Ace Attorney case that I don't like. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Prep before the poison could take effect. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. I thought that they were saying that was the original plan, and I was like, no. Ugh. And he just admits that he stabbed her? That's just so... Like, just say, no, I didn't. It's just weird. Once in the blood, the poison causes an onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. I guess it makes sense now that I'm thinking more about it, but, like, it's just... silly. Okay. Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected. This is
extraordinary!
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Ugh. Ugh.
I like Soseki-san. I like decrabbing and... I like the decrab.
Order! Your argument seemed presented as sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of, well, yes, I counter completely. Like Zoink Scoob.
Prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope?
Hold it. Yeah, it's not over. Because we have to present the pen. Oh, where was the poison I used? It's in the pen. Oh, let's check the pen for poison. Okay. Oh, that'd be awesome. Hey, yo?
Ah, you pathetic, useless fallen samurai!
Fallen? Who are you calling Fallen? My burgeoning growth is... I don't need a counter argument. What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say.
Lots of fine theories. Well, it's case one, Ollie. Case ones are always predictable.
But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Huh? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
Hey, yo.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal highly secret talks being developed for the government.
Indeed, all visitors in the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Also, how did he casually just steal the... Like, I understand how he snuck the poison out. How did he just casually steal the poison with no one noticing? Like, wouldn't they have been like, hey, dude, what are you doing? Like, I understand how he got it out, and he snuck it out. That's the pen. They wouldn't have, yeah. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. Slippery fingers? Slippery fingies? How's that then? Blown the story wide open, eh? See, I write in many Momo, a mere reporter for the Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Sasaki-san is just standing there, like constipated. There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. We could have examined the pen way earlier in this trial. And be like, hey, there's liquid in here. Let's put this, like, concoction that detects the poison on there. Oh, there's literally poison in your pen, dude? Like, we could have skipped all this. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? Compliment and an insult, which is really funny. My point is this. There's one way that you, Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I have heard enough verbal conjecture now. Thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on that day in question?
The pen.
Take that!
And baka. The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Bah! I swear by a weasel-haired calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Really? Pens are a fad? Alright. Pens are a fad. Yo, I think these newfangled toilet things, they're just a fad. I think eventually all the kids are just gonna go shit in holes. Like we've been doing it for years. I mean, it's just better that way. These newfangled toilet things, all the kids have it all. They're all like, wow, it's actually humane and like sanitary. Now,
As a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck on a soup can of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with the words in a blink of an eye.
that's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. Hey, yo.
What is all this talking of sucking up ink have?
And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. Hey, yo.
My word, can this really be?
Well, Memo-san. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Hey, yo. We love that.
More absurdity! That never happened!
Sure, we've heard that there was procedures in place to prevent thefts like this in the laboratory. But would anyone have thought it to look inside the fountain pen of all places?
No. I'm afraid I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Menimomo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that you, in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. I mean, I guess. Hang on, I'm gonna reread that just to make sure I understood that right. That in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment.
For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of the conversation with the victim.
and when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! Sussy baka!
That's what Sussy's doing right now. No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been completely emptied into the victim's glass.
Hey! Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I've got more. Oh, this is a new animation. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve.
Arrgh!
Oh, yo. Whoa, Wolverine. Saseki's laying a dumpy.
You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen. That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again.
You admitted to stabbing someone with intent to kill. Even if you didn't murder them, you stabbed a body that was dying. Upstanding citizen, my left nut.
It looks as though we're gonna have to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on that day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence.
Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist. Sussy baka! Many mama-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. It's probably the solution or whatever. Defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to seal the poison. Chemical reagent.
Counsel, what is this bottle?
This bottle contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would appear it would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. Watch it just like not like there's not gonna be a trace of poison. He'd be like, ah! It'd be like that one like TikTok where he's like, "What do you think, Brent?" Or that's like a South Park clip. He's like, and then he's like, "What do you think, you fat fuck?" And he's like, ah! You guys know what? You know what I'm talking about. No, you don't. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. I'm just talking. I'm preaching to the choir right now. I'll send you one.
Me, a reagent? What?
Hey, yo. One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Benimomo-san. Yeah, I can imagine if there's no poison detected in this pen, Benimomo-san would be like, ha! Probably, I don't know. Is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. Hey, yo.
No, you can't.
I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. You gonna try to kill someone or something?
Javelin, this isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hell head high over civilization, but bowing his head to every foreign power. Look up ours, for a mighty pen, not tirelessly in the name of justice and righteousness, many men of imperial justice, many.
Hey, yo. Sussy baka, with me.
Hey, yo! They're about to Goku this man. Hey! Dragon up, right? Dragon up, right?
Did I do it right? That was a Sasato takedown, wasn't it? I like how Sussy, without a single thought, like a single, even like hesitation, was like, yeah, I'm gonna end this man's career. Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown. Hey, yo. Ryotaro? Sasato baka. Sussy. That's a good frame right there. I like that. The instant the first drop of the regent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. Oh, he's not looking too good. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yeah, that's right.
Answer me one thing, Menimomo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose?
Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was really made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
And why didn't the English woman end up dead?
Yeah, because he was like, I don't know. He was feeling malicious.
Ugh. I went to that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom. Evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face.
I really don't blame him for killing her. Not to say that murder is ever really justified, but like, man, she's a bitch.
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism?
Yeah, what? Well, dude, that's so rude.
Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What did you call me?
This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing.
You little pee-pee poo-poo. You're a pee-pee poo-poo, Mrs.
You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them.
Dude, you are such a piece of shit. I mean, I'm glad you're dead, in a way.
Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back to that cave you came from.
Wow. So, like, she's literally more racist than Van Zykes. Which is, like, that's crazy, bro. Ugh. That's when I remembered. About the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time.
What a terrible tale.
In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible. But I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. He's kind of based, this guy. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. If there was ever a, like, this is definitely, listen, I would say no murder is justified, really, but if there ever were, like, a, like, top 3 justified murders in Ace Attorney, this guy is, like, kind of justified. Not really, but kind of. I'd like to ask you something.
Yes.
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. Not really. I don't think so. Because she would have gotten away. You can't, yeah, I don't know. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? For that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. What was a cover-up? A cover-up? What do you mean? What was a cover-up? Let me think. What was covered up? I mean, her guilt? I guess? I mean, everyone knows she's guilty, but she would have gotten away. I have a theory. I know how it all connects. There's no way. Play Mario Kart Tour? Alright, you got it. I'm down. Actually, check this out. This is just for you, Beta. Check this out. I'm going to pull up Mario Kart Tour right now and show you how well I am destroying in ranked right now. I am killing it. Absolutely slapping it. How do the dots connect, Nico? I'm not going to say it out loud. I'll message you afterward. Because it's actually, I think this is going to apply to the whole game. No, I'm not saying it out loud. Yo, so check this out. Check this out. Beta, check this out. Look at this. Oh, they don't stand a chance. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow, who's in first place? Is that Nico Man? Killing it by 9,000 points. Everyone else can't stand. They got nothing. They got nothing on me. What are they gonna do about it, huh? I'm so far ahead. What can they do? What can they do? What do? You can't do anything. Alright, I'm not gonna play it, Beta, but I will, I showed you it. Hey, I will copy your friend code and add you, Beta, but not right now, because I need to finish this game. But I will. I have it copied. I'm gonna paste it into a notepad right now. Okay. I just did it. Okay, I'll do that later, okay? I promise. I remind you of your possession, witness. Be careful what you say. Okay, this is literally the end of the case, so let's do this. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. Dude. That's not possible, though, what I'm thinking. That's not possible. It is, but it's so far of a reach. I'll tell you later, Ollie. I'll tell you later. I'm not saying it out loud. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. Wait, why? You came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is gonna let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice did I have but to steal the justice is done myself? Let's not forget, many Momo-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door. No, this guy, this is like the ending, Beta. Like we accuse him of the kill and we're gonna get him. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. Now, I think he's definitely better than Giselle Brett. Sussy. He is definitely better than Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett is a terrible person. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. Hey, yo, we did it. I think. Is that it?
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense. Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes! Oh. Yes. Ahem. Sorry, Your Excellency. I was just musing in a manly way over here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience in the Supreme Court. With an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Yeah. Oh, Naruhodo-san Ryanosuke, you mean? The way he
handled that trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna be the king of Britain by case 5. It's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Ayuchi, do you have any final thoughts?
What is that? What's that? Is that a big block of cheese? Prosecutor Ayuchi.
I, Takasuchi of the Ayuchi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence!
Hey, yo, what's he gonna do?
Rather than living on in a shame.
What? No! What the fuck? He's not gonna kill him. What the fuck? Aichi, you can't do that, dude. You can't just do that.
I will end it all now with this blade.
He's gonna cut his hair off. They're gonna be like, oh, don't do it.
For that is the true path to Ayuchiism.
Ayuchi-ism? One hopes that one hopes that that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. It's gonna be his hair, right? I mean, he's not gonna poke himself.
Sprig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takasuchi.
Hey, yo. I like this. Okay, at least he had some character development. I like that. He's still a piece of shit, but it's like, at least he knows he's wrong.
Thank you, Lord, for this beautiful head of hair.
Osanaga.
Oh, man.
What is going on in the courtroom right now?
Oh my.
Okay, that's the end. Oh, it's her? Hello.
Oh, in regard to the defendant, remember me, son.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you.
Why did they use the Kazuma theme? I have no idea. That I also found really funny.
Not guilty.
Woo! Yeah, we did it.
Flower petals in the courtroom. New tour's coming out? Okay, I'll check the tour. Is it anniversary? Are we hitting, or is it time for anniversary tour?
Court is adjourned.
Let me look. Anniversary? Hippopog? Hey, yo! It's almost the second anniversary tour of Mario Kart being released. To show our gratitude to the players, the next tour will be the second anniversary tour. All courses in the tour will be city courses. That's huge for the program. City courses never come back. During the second anniversary tour, there will be challenges unique to the tour. Hey, yo, that's cool. All right, sweet. The second anniversary is going to be big. That's going to be big.
Court is adjourned.
Okay, I'm going to finish this case, though. I will, Beta. Once this stream is over, I will friend you, but not until I'm streaming right now. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's antechamber. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Hey, yo? What are we looking at him like he's Cosma? Lawyers have such a great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Hey, yo? Sasato! Sasato! Thank you! Thank you so much! You were so dashing in there! Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. Hey, yo. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you.
Sussy Baka, don't be so standoffish.
Sorry?
We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger.
With swagger?
To throw caution into the wind.
Caution to the what?
I'm the greatest defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow.
I will decrab with swagger.
Or something.
Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray.
At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good.
Yes, it was satisfying.
It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
I do like how they threw him. I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness! No, of course not! Of course not!
Ah, there it is at last, Ray's lovely smile. She smiled before this. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense Attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but he's back to Sasato Mikotoba now.
Back to sussy baka.
So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame.
What? Hey, yo. What's going on?
What is happening?
Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga, we do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you?
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Sasato Mikotoba.
I don't.
So dashing, so divine.
No! Totally dashing, yes, and definitely divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Mr. Sato-san Esquires, that you were a local student, Mr. Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin.
Double Dash Mario Kart.
Astonishingly astounding ace attorney!
Hey, he said the line. That's the title of the game. Can you post links? Sure. Can't guarantee I'll click on them. But yeah. Poor Soseki-san. So confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum that was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself in. After Naruhodo-san's skillful defense of the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. Yeah. And now he seems to have earned himself a great fame as an author. Yeah.
I'm stunned. That was a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector of the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less?
Mr. Turtle's pretty good. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector.
Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
I like Hosonaga. He's a Chad, but why don't they explain him coughing blood? Just two, really. And this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I'm a professional, of course. I smoke 17 packs a day.
I do worry about it, Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then he was a sailor who got beat up. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Oh. But that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder the English woman committed at the end of last year.
Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally.
The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
I have a theory. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had the most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, as I remember Sholmes well, of course.
Ah! My arch-nemesis, how lightly you utter his name.
Arch-nemesis? What? Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend.
Yeah. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson.
What? Dr. Wilson?
I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner, Mr. Sholmes. Well, yeah, we figured that out a while ago. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. I was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yumi University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Did you just tell me one thing? I just want to read exactly what he's saying. I took my professorship, yep. Advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Okay, yeah. Why did you summon me back to Japan? Is he not sick? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because of an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day.
What? Where'd this news come from?
That's what I'd like to know, because after a long sea voyage, I find you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might be inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? It's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, sussy baka? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't. Arr! Let me go!
Hey, what? Is he running away? Or is he gonna tell us something? He's gonna tell us something. Many memo-san. He's gonna tell us something that would never get out otherwise. This is important.
So, one throw wasn't enough for you.
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Yeah!
Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean?
No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Kazu Daddy. Kazu Daddy.
Student of law, he must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never. Ah!
Oh.
What? What the hell was that? Okay. Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terrible sorry, Your Excellency! I know, I see him. He's dead. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaws arrived, Yushin. It's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. I might be there shortly.
Your Excellency.
Ah, ha, ha. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Cicero.
Was that one of the names? No, it wasn't. Seshiro Yigoku.
And when I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Sasato.
Huh. Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
Maybe. A judge sees everything, sussy baka.
I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seshiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognize you. So I had a word with his ear beforehand, as an old friend.
So, Seshiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on this case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What do you think of my hero sling, eh? Been a while since I seen a man flying like that.
Ending? This should be. We're really close.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama.
I think I know both of those. Well, I definitely know one of them.
I'm gonna have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Hi, Soseki.
Judicial Assistant Mikotomo-san, Esquires, could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it? And I think that comes down to how his design is based off Buddhist gods or something. What? What, the judge? Oh, okay.
I think perhaps it could be fate we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
Hey, yo? This I have to hear.
Please!
No.
Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such an awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness local student Naruhodo said Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor.
Hey, yo.
It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day he sent the telegram to you asking for you to return home to Japan.
Hey, yo. Now, this is almost over, I can tell.
What was it then? The particular part my father was so interested in?
I don't really know exactly.
You know, I turned into Kermit there.
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second one.
The second one? You mean...
The one Mr. Sholmes.
No, the one Mr. Sholmes forbade us to talk about in public. Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what the dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case, the case of the haunted lodgings.
The haunted lodgings?
But excuse me? That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
Ayo. End? End. I did it. Oh. Ayo. Okay. Cutscene.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness.
No, it's not. Kind of.
And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Uh-huh.
Well, Naruhodo-san's not dead.
I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in.
Uh-huh.
Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery.
Okay.
My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year,
Okay.
it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Sussy baka. Hey. I actually thought that gravestone was her dad. I really did. Hey, okay, there's that. Okay, we're gonna watch the opening of case 2, and then we're gonna end the stream. Save your current progress. I would love to do that. I would love to do that. How many save slots can you get? Jeez.